Hello, good evening. Welcome to the live stream. It's been a beautiful April afternoon. It's been more like June than April, really. It's been absolutely gorgeous. And good evening, Amazed Tays. Yes, very much looking forward to this. Downloaded it last night as soon as it came out, and I've been watching all the time-lapse videos and all the stuff building up to it. And they've done an amazing job, actually, the OTS people. And it's kind of representing that era just before we moved away from Virgin Trains into Avanti West Coast. So we'll start off with one of these Pendolinos in the flowing silt livery, but there'll be plenty of the white ones around, which I remember very much at the time. They were kind of unbranded, waiting for the new, waiting for Avanti to kick in. Good evening, Zachary. Well, yes, it's a Saturday this week, and I've just changed it because we've got the Masters Golf underway on the Sunday. And I've just realised something. I don't know whether the microphone's coming through. Let me just double check on this. Wait a second. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, the microphone is coming through. I was worried for a second that you couldn't hear me. Yeah, glad you could join us, Base Tays. Oh, crikey. Yeah, Steam corruptions. Yeah, I've had that happening over um, over and over again over the years. Yeah, glad to welcome you, Zachary. And I just thought this week with the Masters Golf being on that we'd get underway on the Saturday, and then it means we can get going. So let's. That's great. Yeah, yeah. Marvelous. So let's start things up. I did have a problem actually when I first downloaded the route last night. I couldn't get any services to work at all. And then I discovered something that kind of puzzled me for a while, because whenever I tried to select the Class 66, the GBRF livery, it wasn't loaded up, and I realised that I hadn't got the rail treatment one installed, and that was the missing component. So all is good. Oh, crikey. Oh, yeah. Whew. Reinstalling the whole thing from scratch. I mean, I have to say, from my side, because I'm sort of living out in the sticks a little bit, that that would have been a several days effort. And I've tried to get with Tradesim World, when we get the transitions and the new game, I kind of do it in stages, really. Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. It really is. So let's dive in. So we'll start off with a Pendolino on with the flowing silk colours. There weren't many of them around by the time this timetable was set. So we're going to go 391. So I'll still keep April. I know it's supposed to be winter, but I kind of don't like the idea of seeing all the bare shrubbery. Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah, no, that is really good. That's something I'd love to. We're kind of a little bit. We've got fibre, but it's a little bit on the slow side. So which one will we start with? So we want to do a Euston to Milton Keynes. I'm trying to see if there's any that have a Watford Junction stop, but it looks as though they're mainly the other direction. I think that are 35 minutes. So tell you what, we'll do this one. We'll do 9S 80 1443 London Euston to Edinburgh. So 9 Sierra 80. I must admit I took Tom's advice as well that I think I heard on, was it last night's stream, but I've taken out the enhancement pack off West Coast Mainline just to see if it improves the frame rate a little bit. It's still a bit stuttery around Wembley, but I guess unless I've got a new computer, it's always going to be like that. Looks as sunny as it would have done today in real life. See, with the sun shining on it that side. Ah, okay, yeah. Good evening, N8 Scooby. I mean, the thing is, it's dead easy to put it back in again at some point. That is the beauty sometimes of the mods with Train Sim World. Yeah, hope you're well, N8 Scooby. So we're due off at 14:43. Running. I've kind of learnt my lesson with this thing, that the only ones I'm setting are from here rather than trying to do this for the keyboard. And good evening, Mark Moss. Welcome to the stream. Let's get underway. I mean, I must confess that when it first came out, this livery, in real life, I wasn't sure whether I particularly liked it. I think I did prefer the original livery, but I've got used to it now. Ah, that explains that way. I wasn't getting a reaction from the AWS controller on me, but I've just realised the USB thing was slightly out. Good evening, Delhi 20. Yeah, thanks for watching. And yeah, well, hopefully it'll be a good stream. Sort of early stages at the moment, but hopefully we can have a nice look at this pack. And good evening, Connor. Hope you're well. Welcome along again, once again, to the stream. Oh, I wasn't quick enough there, was that? The old cruise. That's annoying. I was clicking away from the stream that time. Yeah, well, absolutely, yeah, it is a bit on the short side. Let's just get the train going again. Where are we on? Hang on. Right, now we're good. Right, we're on forward, aren't we? Apologies for this temporary blip. Yeah, it shows actually the severity of the bank on Camden Bank. It was took a bit of started again. That did. But I mean, yes, it's a short section. But I mean, the good news is at least it's the best section, and it's kind of like, you know, hopefully it's like a building block, and if we can get the next part of it put in place, then so much the better. I still can't believe really that it's going on for 6 years since the Pendolinos went over to Avanti West Coast. It will be 6 years towards the end of this year. So we're completely, Connor, we're on the West Coast Main Line throughout, and then we're looking at this OTS simulation Virgin Trains timetable, the winter timetable actually from 2019. So we're gonna I've not got a definitive timetable, but we're going to do a southern service from Milton Keynes to Wembley. We're going to do an overground service with a 378, and then we'll just see what takes a fancy. We'll probably do a 355 as well. Well, we know Crew's in there, don't we, N8 Scooby? But have you got any evidence or thoughts of it actually be? I mean, surely not just Stafford. I mean, Stafford would be a complete waste of time, wouldn't it? Because it's unless you were to do the bit via Stoke, but even then it would be a nothing route. But if you were to do it, I mean, I suppose if you did it both via the main line and you did it via Stoke to Stafford, then that would be fairly decent. I mean, the other thought was Crewe Derby, but I just don't see it really, because it's something like about 60 miles, and to be honest, the bit between Stoke and Derby is fairly boring, and you basically just got one train an hour in each direction pretty much. I'm not going to click away from the stream this time. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's as far as I know, it's just kind of pure speculation, isn't it? All we've got is a shot of Crewe, and Crewe being Crewe and part of all the labyrinth of lines could mean absolutely anything. It could be Crewe Shrewsbury for all we know. It could be Crewe to Milton Keynes, it could be Crewe to Preston, it could be Crewe Liverpool, it could be Crewe Manchester, it could be the North Wales coast. And I mean, my hunch is, and I could be absolutely miles out on this, but I think it could be the North Wales coast. I suppose it depends. Could be Crewe Liverpool, because both Crewe and Liverpool have been done in the game before on that Spirit of Steam thing, and I know it would be a route rebuilt from scratch, but at least they'd have probably some basis for the buildings and the model to begin with. And kind of the one I'd really love it to be, but I'm not sure whether it would be, as if they've kind of joined forces to finish off the Alan Thompson route and say, well, we'll do the bit from Crewe and take it up to Wilmslow. I mean, as ever with these things, they've got us interested, haven't they? Because it's kind of endless speculation, and hopefully we might get a bit of news on the May roadmap when it comes out. But until then, it's speculation in heaven, really. Yeah, absolutely, Delia. I mean, it would have been great if we could at least have got to a bit north, but I think it was always likely to be, in my mind. I was thinking, well, you know, the way they do Trains and World routes and the fact that nearly everything seems to be about an hour duration, then Milton Keynes always seemed like the most likely possibility. Much as I'd love it to have gone to Birmingham, but I mean, had they gone to, say, Birmingham International, Birmingham New Street, then really they would have to put the Northampton loop in as well, and there's just no way they were going to pack all that into one route. And I guess the problem is it struggles a lot, the game on consoles anyway, so you know, sort of realistically I don't think it was ever a likely possibility, but you know, completely agree it would have been fantastic had they done it. I just hope though that, you know, if we get a route involving crew, it's like, what you don't really want is bits of the West Coast Main Line but nothing joins up. By the way, just to say, apologies for there not being a midweek stream or video. I did actually record something, but I wasn't kind of massively enamoured with it, so I didn't end up doing it. And I've got a couple of plans for upcoming midweek videos, and hopefully we'll have a full run as a rail tour, Milton Keynes through to Stratford. I thought, well, that's a possibility now joined up, so we'll be kind of going on the Avanti route for that, but the idea is I've kind of done the groundwork for it. I've got the formation and everything in, but then we're going to do a class 37 from Milton Keynes to initially to Euston Junction, and then take the North London line up to Stratford. Yeah, I hope so, Dally. Let's hope so. Let's hope there'll be further bits of the West Coast Main Line. And another thing I've been trying out this morning as well is the Flying Scotsman as well, and I've kind of got the hang of it now, so I must get a video up. I mean, I know Christopher, I think he's in Benidorm this week, so he won't be watching tonight, but I know he's been absolutely begging me to do a steam train route, so I kind of got the hang of it. I quite like it. I must admit, it's quite a fun train to drive. So that's a couple of videos. I've got a couple in mind for Train Sim Classic as well. I was looking in a book, what magazine I had on the Class 86s yesterday, and there's a shot of this section here from the 70s. I think it was about 1975 where Class 86 ended up down the embankment there. Yeah, well, that's another one that's possible as well. I just love the fact now we can do we can kind of do some joined up stuff. So again, I mean, a freight run for the future at some point we could do kind of Ripple Lane to Milton Keynes, couldn't we? And I'm not sure I'm going to get it in tonight's stream either, but I did have a try with the rail tour that's in this pack as well with the Class 87, and I spent a few minutes doing it, but you actually go through the yard at Wembley. It's brilliant. But I think because it's an hour 15. I perhaps won't get a chance to do that one tonight, but I think there's so much more life in this timetable upgrade that we can do that probably next week. But I do absolutely love the fact that you can put a train into the timetable and do it free roam, and then you've got all the other trains going on. I think it's incredible. So just a mention of the this OTS timetable that we're playing tonight. It was created by John, but I think he's known as Josh according to Thomas Harrison, and looking on the notes it says it was Chief Jack provided assistance, and so did Thomas Harrison, and then there's a load of people who did the reskins. Ah, fantastic, yeah. Oh, there's a nice freight liner. Yeah, I think you know, again, I mean, I loved the Forks timetable, but this is just breathing new life in it. It's something. It's like a whole new route again, all new and exciting. Something like 1,500 playable services, over 1,500 I think they said. Yeah, definitely so, yeah. And I dread to think how many hours. It's a bit of a random AWS, wasn't it? I think there's one or two random ones, because there's no change in speed limit. I dread to think how many hours, months have been spent actually putting all this together, and you know, all completely for free as well. So you know, massive thanks to all the guys at OTS for putting this together, and particularly from what I can gather from Josh. I think they're hoping to put in they're putting in some new Freightliner stuff, or some new freight stuff, once the new packs are coming out, whenever that might be. And I noticed they'd listened to your question and made Taves that they want to try and get the correct length intermodals in. They said as long as they can get the train to move up Primrose Hill. Yes, well, there's plenty more Train Sim Classic from that point of view. We very nearly got a King's Cross to Cambridge in the other week. The only reason I didn't do it was because that Nicholas Southeastern thing came out, so I did the Dartford run, again with it being brand new, but I must do a run. But yeah, I've got all the East Coast stuff, so both the Hertford Loop and all the stuff going off to Cambridge as well. Yes, indeed. Yeah, well, I mean, we literally start off at Primrose Hill on one of the rail tours on this route. But yeah, plenty of stuff. And I did like the look of. I must do again at some point. I mean, the Gemma route. I've only ever done one Fleur run, which was southbound from Ipswich to Liverpool Street, and there only seems to be one northbound one in the daytime. But again, they've got this idea of replicating the 360 to substitute for the 345, so that looked quite nice. So I'd like to do that at some point. And I noticed very recently we've got a scenario with the 465 again for Train Sim Classic, but Cannon Street to Dover. And I've owned the Chatham Mainline for Train Sim Classic ever since it came out. I've done a few runs to Ramsgate, but I've never actually done a run to Dover, believe it or not. Yeah, I think the problem with the Flirt is that it was kind of like so expensive. And, you know, if you're not an Alan Thompson member, I think it's something like £37.99, which is eye-watering. And then if you are a member, it's £29.99. So you kind of get the impression not all that many people own it, really. But then all the most of the scenarios that have been done are that bit around that Steam Workshop Stansted Airport run. But I do like driving it, and it scares the hell out of me with all the safety systems. But you know, complete with the announcements, it's great fun to drive. So the one I actually was gonna put out this week, I actually did a GNER HST from Peterborough to Doncaster, but I kind of finished it. I was half asleep recording it anyway. I was nearly shutting my eyes, but I kind of felt as though it had perhaps looked reasonably good on a live stream, but I'm not sure it would make it as a recorded video. It hadn't quite got enough in it, really. It seemed really weird at the time, those unbranded Pendolinos. So then started preparations, I think it was Wednesday, with for the idea of doing this rail tour from Milton Keynes to Stratford. But I spent an evening faffing about with the formation designer. I couldn't quite get everything to work exactly as I wanted, but I've sorted it now. But perhaps the first foray into the Flying Scotsman, I think, will only be a half an hour ride, but it's quite good fun to drive, though, I must say. And hopefully, I think Christopher will be quite surprised about that. I think he thought there'll never be a day when I actually drive a steam train on the YouTube channel. Actually got the Steam Workshop routes installed at 8 Scooby, because we've kind of got a weird situation, because you've got Stansted Airport to I can't remember where it goes to. Is it Chesham, something like that? But the bit from Liverpool Street itself has been worked on for years and years and years by there's a group doing it, and then they've done all sorts. They've done some custom buildings, but it never seems to quite get to the stage of being released. I did have a part of the route where you can download it, but there's a lot of scenery missing. I did make a start on putting, because there's kind of like the bit out of Liverpool Street, there's basically no scenery whatsoever, and I did have a go at putting a bit of scenery in, but it's so time consuming. That's another line that I find really interesting as well, that West, what's it actually stand for? I always forget. It's West Anglia Mainline, is it? WAML. But I'd love to have the whole thing in. We've just got frustratingly little bits of the railway network now that have never been finished off. Probably the number one in that respect, because it's kind of near to where I live, is the West Coast Main Line between Stoke and Manchester Piccadilly, you know, via Macclesfield and Stockport. I mean, I've got a version of it installed, and I've got some scenery in there I've added in, but that's a free one I found years ago. Right, yes, of course. I think it's always been known as the Lee Valley Lines, hasn't it? They ever released kind of Stafford to Manchester Piccadilly via Stoke for Trains in World 5, I think I'd take a week off work, because I wouldn't be able to concentrate at my desk for the excitement. Yes, I remember those colours, not so much from travelling on them, but I remember them being in, they were like a sort of a cream and red, weren't they? I can remember the livery. But I love the fact that this has been done and breathes new life into this route yet again. I mean, it's never going to be a route that just sits on the shelf, because it'll always be one that I'll go back to. Oh, look at the fact that we've got stock here at Bletchley as well. That's again just adds some character to it. It is, yeah. I mean, I'm in North Staffordshire. I mean, I'm nearer Stoke than I am Stafford, but I'm sort of in between the two, really. I'm nearer to Stone in terms of an actual station terms. Not that I ever really catch a train from Stone, because there's hardly any parking available. It's easier to go from either Stoke or Crewe. forget, don't you, coming down from 125 mile an hour, that it's actually it feels like a huge drop in speed to get down to stopping. Well, I'm slightly late, but then that's that little hiccup at Camden where I clicked off the stream. Otherwise it would have been a perfect run. I know. Oh, that sounds like a good score of Mace Tays. Oh, I loved that. I loved every second of that. That was absolutely brilliant. Just a shame we can't carry the journey on north now, isn't it, from Milton Keynes? Perhaps that's going to be the new route crew to Milton Keynes Central. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Well, we'll find out. Scores on the doors in a moment. Dun 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 dun. Oh my word! Wow. Do you know, one of these times we're going to get to the point where it's like 1 point in it, or we're going to get exactly the same score. Well, there we go. Ooh, that's pleased me. So, how does it mark me then? Distance driven, use safety systems, okay. Stops on time, got a bit of a bonus there. Accuracy bonus. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Wow, that was close. But, yeah, thank you very much. I don't know, it can give me platinum really when I've held the whole railway network up for 2 or 3 minutes whilst I reset the train. I'm sure that would be a tea and biscuits job with the manager. Right, I see. Yeah, that's probably the difference, isn't it? Unusual for me. I managed to imagine it helps having the speed control on a little bit, but it's always it's a bit pesky getting it to work just perfectly. So I think we'll have a go on the Southern 377 now, because I think again it's brilliant the fact that we can now do a full run from Milton Keynes to Wembley. I know you could before if you used one of the scenarios, but of course this was a more regular thing before COVID. Oh, I've just had a thought actually. How's the football going on? Yay! We've won! Yeah, Cardiff 0, Stoke City 1. Wow. Wasn't expecting that. So that puts us 5 points clear in the of the relegation area. That's much better. Ah, brilliant, at 8 Scooby. And hello, Concord 9289. Welcome to the stream. You have watched before, haven't you? I do remember that name, I'm pretty sure. But thank you for watching. And again, just quickly to say thanks to all the new subscribers and all the existing ones. But if you've not liked and subscribed before, then if you get the chance to do so, I would be really appreciated. Thanks for watching. Yeah, I think nowadays, I mean, I've got my 2 screens set up here. I need another one with the telly and another one to watch something else, and you really could do a lot of multitasking. So I think we've got to do, seeing as though we arrived at Milton Keynes, then it makes sense that we do a southbound run this time. Wow, so 53 minutes actually, Milton Keynes to Wembley Central. So if we do the 11:10, which is to Oscar 33. Yeah, I need 1 screen for the football, 1 for the golf, couple for the trains, and it'd be great. Right, so here we are, 2 Oscar 33, the 11:12 Milton Keynes Central to Clapham Junction. So we're calling at Bletchley, Leighton Buzzard, Tring, Berkhamsted, Hemel Hempstead, Watford Junction, Harrow and Wealdstone, and Wembley Central. Yeah, absolutely, and that's a challenge in its own right. I mean, I took about trying to read the chat and doing it, but you were kind of reading the chat, typing in your comments on the chat, watching my stream and watching your own stream as well. So I think it's hard to know which is the harder, but I think you've probably got the harder challenge, really. Yes, indeed, Concord. And back in the day when this was possible, a southern service, yeah, you could go straight onto the West London line and go through, right the way through past Clapham Junction to East Cryodon. Of course, you can still do it from Watford Junction. So we've got quite a few stops involved with this, but it just feels like a nice, much longer run, doesn't it? And I mean, you can understand them. I mean, I was just delighted that they actually made the effort to put the 377 in, because I thought they just wouldn't bother originally. So it was great that they did, and then it's kind of nice now that it's here and ready for putting in on these sort of timetables. Now, being a poor driver, I've not even checked how many carriages we've got. we're double unit, aren't we? So we're what, 8 carriages, aren't we? Yes, indeed, yeah. I mean, there was a time, I don't know if it was once Southern took the franchise, but it used to actually at one time be rugby to East Cryodon. Then they curtailed it to Milton Keynes, and of course now it's Watford Junction to East Cryodon. What is the top speed in this thing? Oh, there we go, 100 miles an hour. We are 90 and then 75. So again, it'll take me a bit of getting the hang of this, the stopping again, because it's quite a while since I've done a stopping service on the West Coast Main Line. Yeah, no, that's true, isn't it? Concord, yeah. Yeah, I can remember there being a rugby to Gatwick. I mean, Watford Junction to Brighton would be quite a nice one for the stream. You're right, Concord. Yeah, I think, and I think it was, what was the franchise called at the time? It was that yellow and, was it Connex? One of the Connex ones, I think. But yeah, you're right. It's definitely, it definitely fell under the 319s. Where is the marker? It's right at the end of the platform, isn't it? That's the, well, 6 to 12 car. And again, not sure if it's making any difference, but I've downloaded one of those engine ini files, which try and see if that makes it run a bit smoother. Oh wow! Of course, the new line, yeah. Ever changing, isn't it? So again, that's something. Okay, you if you're doing it train sim world, you'd have to do kind of do the 166, I suppose. I'm sure there probably is a Chiltern reskin on Creators Club. You'll probably tell me you've done one for it already. Yeah, so we're a bit more spaced out, aren't we, at this stage? 5.9 miles. Oh wow, yeah. So it's all change again, isn't it? Oh right, okay. Yeah, I see. Yeah. I mean, I must admit, um, I quite like the idea of these old railway names coming back into the fore, and the fact that you have Southern, you've got LNER, a throwback to the old times, Great Western Railway, LNWR. I think we should have more of them, and I always thought that Avanti missed a trick, because it would have been great if they brought back the name LMS, London Midland Scottish. Maybe that's an idea for Great British Railways once Avanti are relinquished as the rights holders. Ah, right. That's amazing. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you could never be. It doesn't matter how up to date a route is. It can never be quite up to date because things are always happening in the railway world. And things are always changing. I think probably even more so in the last probably 10-20 years. And I mean, one of my old gripes, which I'm sure you've heard me mention no end of times, but I never really understood why, when they built the Great Western route for Train Sim World, massively missed opportunity because they put the gantries in and it was all in a kind of an in-between state, and it was like, come on, future think, put up the gantries ready and in place, and then that would have been perfect for getting the IETs looking properly right. Oh, there we go. Bit of speeding from me. Never good to see you in the red zone. Yeah, well, this is it. I just couldn't understand what the point of building it in that sort of in-between state. Yeah, well, that is true. That is true. And also, if you want to remove the, again, if you're operating it on PC, I really must concentrate on making sure I stop at these stations. Oh, I didn't mean to. It's going to make us come to a stand, isn't it? Oh, are we? No, we're all right. There we go. We didn't stop, did we? Yeah, I believe N8 Scooby, as far as I can gather, it's actually set before those times. So I don't think it'll be improved from the OHLE point of view. I think it'll only have the gantries in as far as the Heathrow Airport, so they might even have taken the other gantries out that were under construction. I forget what time period exactly it was set in, but I don't think it's massively more. It's not more recent than the one that they did originally. But there is, if you play it on PC, there is a mod available where you can actually get rid of the gantries completely. So you could like do that Great Western, the classic one, whatever it's called. That wasn't a very good start, was it? You can actually get the Diesel Legends, or I think it was called, wasn't it? And if you download the mod on Train Sim Community, I think you can get rid of the gantries entirely at Paddington. Right, so we've got, again, it's a few miles to Tring. And as I say, really, I get the idea that yes, it was very much built originally, the Great Western Express, as it was at the time, but it was kind of like if they put in all the OHLE and had it fully finished, then it would have been more up to date for a lot longer. I mean, I'd love to see some of the branches added in as well, but again, it's probably pie in the sky. I mean, some of them, is it the Greenford branch? It's only like quite a short section as well, you know, missed opportunity. You know, we might never get the Heathrow Airport branches put in properly, but it'd be good if we could. Yeah, well, I think that's the thing, isn't it? And but it was the first proper UK route, really, Great Western Express. So it's very, very old, and this remaster, if it ever actually comes out, then it's going to be at least a good upgrade on that. So I mean, it's only short, but I think you'll be able to do a very, very tiny bit of the Mainline services, you know, whatever it's called, the Hammersmith branch, isn't it? You'll be able to do a very short stretch of that with the Island, the Isle of Wight line stock. We're not quite in all stations, despite the fact that it's a 50-minute. So I've definitely got some points knocked off for the speeding when I didn't drop down to 90. Right, see another one coming up. I'd love to know this route that well, that I could actually drive it without, you know, drive it properly, drive it completely hoodless, but I'm so a million miles away from that, it's untrue. Oh, look at this. Slightly spoilt by the glitches, but oh, I got that 90 in by the skin of my teeth because I forgot about it. I did try and have a look as well with the Flying Scotsman as to whether I thought the sound for it was okay, but not brilliant. There didn't seem to be any like track joint sounds, and the braking didn't seem that the sounds were brilliant. But I can't see any sort of sound mod available for that, unfortunately. Right, so Tring coming up. But I've never got round to actually downloading any routes for this, scenarios for this on the Creators Club, so I've never actually done a full Milton Keynes to Wembley scenario before. It's a fairly easy timetable to achieve. Yeah, I guess so, Concord, although, I don't know, I quite enjoyed it. I thought, you know, it's just getting your head around the, you know, the regulator and the reverser, but, yeah, it seemed quite reasonable. Right, we've got a right old wait here, haven't we? A couple of minutes before our next stop. The usual ubiquitous multi-storey car park that's in place nowadays at most these stations. At least the cars are connected anyway, that feels quite realistic. They've got a good view, haven't they? Just imagine that, having a view from your house looking out over the West Coast Main Line. Didn't realise bikes have been in the game for so long. I thought it was something new for the Cardiff City network. And the kind of the 1960s looking ticket office. Yeah, just think all the money you'd save on car parking fees or taxis or there must be a premium on that for that alone. I mean, some people would absolutely hate the idea of living next to a busy train line, but you know, I'd be in my element. I'd be out in the garden with me camcorder and filming most days. I mean, there used to be a grand spot near to where I live at Whitmore, which is like kind of between Stafford and Crewe on the main line, and back in the day where you didn't have the fencing up the way it is now, you used to be able to actually wander down into the yard and sit on a ledge, and you had an absolutely fantastic view. It was part of the what used to be a goods yard, I think, years ago, and you had Whitmore station used to be behind it. Would you actually have the pantograph up for both units on an 8-car train like this? I'm assuming not. I guess that's probably something that the game can't quite cope with. I'm not going to try and mess about getting in the other cabin, putting the pantograph down, because we'll probably find we won't be able to move the train after that. Yeah, I was thinking so, yeah. Yeah, you see they're both up there as well, aren't they? So we'll probably do... we'll do an overground run, I think, next. We'll do Watford Junction to London Euston. Ah, right, okay, right. Interesting, N8 Scooby. You're telling me something I didn't know there. It's kind of gratifying when you find out stuff like that, because you know you're always questioning the realism. So you know, it's good to know that that level of detail has been sorted. And even if it wasn't right, I mean, I wasn't suggesting that the OTS guys, you know, it would have been a game thing, but yeah, glad to see that it's right. So I'm hoping to get a freight run in as well. I'm sure we should be able to do it in terms of the 4 hours tonight. And then probably the rail tour run will have to wait till next week. But there's so much more in this pack. It's where to start, really. Ah, right, okay. I love this station actually, because it's got kind of like a country feel about it. think you've got the canal on one side and the river on the other, haven't you? And you've got the remains of the castle as well, I think. I think that's probably that bit up there. Right. Got a feeling I've just heard my dog shaking in the background, but I'm going to wait until I finish the stream before having some dinner. So I think the dog will be kind of waiting. They'll be thinking, why is he having his dinner so late tonight? Hope you're both looking forward. Well, I say both you, but everybody that's watching as well. But looking forward to Easter as well. I can't wait personally. Just a couple of days off. I've kind of gone from New Year till now without having any time off, so I'm just desperate for a couple of days off. So looking forward to the Easter weekend. We'll do the live stream, so it'll be Easter Sunday. Well, hopefully, I mean, I don't think the weather's going to be quite as nice next week, but hopefully we'll find a nice day and take the dog out for a big long walk on at least one of the days, possibly a couple of days. Our dog's looking very dapper this week. He's just had his grooming done on Thursday, so he looks snow white and looking very, very smart at the moment. Got a freight coming into view. Again, we're 8 car, aren't we? So we're 8 to 12. There we go. So busy. I mean, the original, certainly the Forks timetable is so busy, but I don't know what the difference is in terms of services overall between the two, but this feels even more so. So again, we're about to go, aren't we, any second? trying to get the football results up, but I'll wait till the next stop. Oh right, oh crikey, may say. So are you working on Good Friday as well? The only thing I'm not greatly looking forward to is I know that the Thursday kind of, because it's kind of a customer service type of job, will be like hell really, because it's Thursdays, like because it's a double bank holiday, then we'll get a lot of last minute things on the Thursday and then a lot of last minute things on the Tuesday. All right, crikey. You're still preferring it to the old job? Oh, that's good. Yeah, glad to hear that. All right, excellent. Oh, good evening, 156 Andrew. Shortbread Express. Yeah, thanks for watching again. Milton Keynes, our next stop. Yeah, hope you're well. Yeah, we're doing a southern service at the moment between Milton Keynes and Wembley, and this is the all new 2019 timetable from OTS simulation and available on the TrainSim community website. So we're getting back to that 2019 period, just before Virgin Trains handed over to Avanti West Coast. So good time to say. I've not said it so far. I know all you are long since very loyal subscribers, and thank you very much as ever for that, and support always appreciated. But anybody new watching, whether you're watching it live or watching it back, and if you've not done so already, if you could consider liking and subscribing, I'd be tremendously grateful. And again, all the support and interest massively appreciated. We're coming towards the Watford slow line tunnels. I'm sure there's one of these videos where somebody suggested that these tunnels on the slow line side might be haunted, but I'm sure they're not in the game anyway. Yeah, hope it's been a lovely day again here. Hope it's been nice in Scotland as well. kind of feels like the end of summer slightly, but I mean, we can't complain, can we? Because we've had 3 or 4 weeks, haven't we, of very, very nice weather. And okay, it might be going down. I don't think it's going to be a washout though next week. I think it's just going to be showery. So it's just that we'll probably do with a bit of rain, really. I'm trying to play this almost with the weather that we've had today, because it's been like this. Certainly in my part of the world, in North Staffordshire, it's been absolutely glorious. And I think today's the first day where it's felt really, really warm as well. I think yesterday was nice, but I was at work, so I didn't enjoy it quite as much in the office. But drove up to the local co-op a bit earlier on, and it was the first time when the blowers came in really to cool it down to sort of 20 degrees. It felt like a summer's day. So nice to be coming in on platform 9 on this southern service, rather than just gone past the marker to there. We've got the bay platform there. Oh, that's nice to see as well. That's on the St Albans Abbey. I mean, that's AI only, of course, but it's good to see a train in the platform. That's a route I've never downloaded for Train Sim Classic, but I'm meaning to get round to doing that, but there is a backdated version of that route. It'd be nice to do a network southeast 321, I think it is, on that small section. Remember going on that line actually. Many years ago. I think it was, actually I can remember when it was. It was me and my friend. We'd been to Portugal in 2004 for the Euros, and we flew back to Luton. So we then got the train from Luton to St Albans, what's it called, St Albans City, isn't it? And then we got a taxi then to St Albans Abbey, and then we got the train to Watford Junction and joined the train back to Stoke. And actually I can pinpoint that down as being very exciting, because from a train point of view as well, because I remember for Microsoft Train Simulator we'd had the first version of the West Coast Mainline coming out. It was a free one, but it was pretty decent. So I had a run, I think, from Euston to Liverpool Lime Street for the first time ever. Yeah, there's a nice pack, that backdated train. Again, it's another one I haven't got round to doing, but they've got Broad Street included in that as well, and kind of the North London lines as it was, more in the kind of mid 80s, perhaps into the 90s. bushy. I didn't, Andrew, actually. I think the last time I went to the Crew Works open day back in the early 80s. I think it was something like 82 or 83, I would say. I remember going, I think I'm right in saying, memory gets me right. I think we did Derby open day in 1982 and then Crew Works open day the following year. I remember watching a class 156 being named Crew Locomotive Works. Now I could be wrong, but was it 56 133? But no, I haven't been to any of these open days for an absolute age. I haven't even been around the Heritage Centre since the 90s, to be honest. And there isn't much left of Crew Works now, but you still get these open days in and around the depots, don't you? Is it the, I can't remember, is it the electric depot, something like that? It's a long time I've even got up close and personal with seeing the APT. Ah, right, okay, so not this year, next year, right, okay. Yeah, that'd be quite nice to go to, actually. I must kind of do some of these things, because it's, I mean, I'd be there in half an hour, in all honesty, from where I am, so that'd be quite nice. I mean, in some ways, I mean, I like going on them, but I mean, from the other side of the coin, you get nice trains, you get different liveries, you get things like that, but it's not quite as good as seeing them on the move. So I've kind of, in more recent years, I've really enjoyed the diesel gala days. Now I think it's hard to actually see from this distance out, but I presume this should be a red unless it's actually stepped up. Right. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Yeah, I must give that some thought. Yeah. Right, we're on green anyway. But I mean, I think it's 2 years ago, and again a couple of years ago I went on the diesel gala on the Severn Valley Railway, and it was a day like today. It was absolutely gorgeous, and we had all sorts of interesting old trains. We did a 56 at one point in Colas livery. I say old because that was still in service. Yeah, I was talking about this with my brother earlier on, and he's kind of the same. And I've got nothing massively against Avanti, but Virgin seems to have a much better idea pricing wise. You could get sort of better off-peak services at a reasonable cost. Ah, excellent. I'm hopeless on my car's N8 Scooby. You'll have to tell me what that means. I've taken the enhancement pack out. I was saying this earlier on just to see if it improves the frame rates and so on a little bit, but I know Amaze Taste says it's fine with them in, so I might put it back in again at some point. Haha, yes indeed. Ah, right, okay, yeah. I was thinking more of Scooby-Doo, which, you know, takes me back to Saturday mornings and sitting watching watching that before Noel Edmonds came on with Saturday Swap Shop. Yeah, I remember there being a Subaru Impreza, wasn't there? At the, wasn't that the? And again, I'm massively off. What was it that the only rally driver I can think of is Colin McRae. I don't think he's with us any longer, is he? But what was it he used to drive? I seem to remember, I can't even remember what it was on now. It wasn't PC, was it? I don't know if it was Sega Mega Drive or something. I remember playing Colin McRae's Rally years ago. Yes. And again, it's years ago since I've done it, but I remember, like, it's one of those situations, you know, furiously using the controller, trying to get it to get it right. I never got round to doing it either, but I always fancied the idea. I don't know, perhaps it was always too cold, but I used to watch things like Top Gear, Rally Report, and always seemed really good. I fancied turning up one of these locations with my tripod and filming some of the rally cars coming through, although you were kind of dicing with death by the looks of it. I should imagine it's a bit more restricted nowadays. So here we are at Wembley Central. So I'll make a note of the score, and then I'll kind of get back in the train as a passenger just to see how much farther out we go on the routes on the West London line. I think it's surprising actually that we don't make it to the next station, but there's it seems to go around quite a bit, I think. Right, so I enjoyed that. That was another good one. So 14,880. Driver's kicked us out already. Oh. I'm stuck. Right, now we can get in. Oh, we got an empty train. Just see how far it gets us to. Oh, well done. Well done, I may say. It's brilliant. So that's one each. There you go. Again, very, very close, wasn't it? So, very close. Well, it seems as though the no, we're carrying on. And we've got another one coming past us as well. Yeah, pleasure. Yeah, it's always good. It's nice that they're close, because I was getting to a stage a few weeks ago where I was thinking I'm absolutely miles off. Don't know what it is about Train Sim World, but the sounds of the train going over the points, I always think is so, well, if I said on point would be a bit of a pun, but it just sounds so realistic. Crikey. Yeah, it's very, very close. I think this is the North Circular, isn't it, that we're going over now? I mean, I know there's a few people at ATS anyway who kind of think that the sounds on Train Sim Classic are much superior than Train Sim World. I think they've talked about apparently that it's a lot more complex than Train Sim Classic, but I don't know, I just feel sometimes it's like you're going into stereo as opposed to analog when you play Train Sim Classic. Yeah, so we're getting under the West Coast Main Line now. So I think the scenery is going to start getting a lot more sparse in a minute. We don't watch it, we'll be in Clapham Junction at this rate. But no, I don't think it goes as far as, what's the next station? I can't remember now. Is it not Shepherd's Bush? Is it? Of course, in reality, at some point we would we'll be losing the catenary and we'd go into third rail mode, wouldn't we? I'm not sure at what point. I mean, I think this is kind of still obviously right next to the West Coast Main Line. Right, okay. Yeah. So I presume there's still access back onto the West Coast Main Line. Quite a bit been done beyond the idea of Wembley Central. Yeah, there you have it. There's the connection back onto the West Coast Main Line there. Yeah, there's the end of the catenary. Then obviously now the scenery starts space getting a bit more sparse. But there's still... Yeah, well, there's the end of the track anyway. So there we are. Okay, so that was that. Sorry, messing about a bit like that. It's just nice to see some of the extremities sometimes. So I think we'll have a go on the Watford DC lines next. All right, Nottingham Forest losing today then at home to Everton. Just looking at the results. And once we've finished up with this, I'll look forward to watching a bit more of the golf later on. It's shaping up very nicely. Right, so Shrewsbury, thinking of Christopher now, but 1-1 at Lincoln, and I don't know if they're just about hanging on, but they are going to be relegated, aren't they, fairly soon. Right, so there you go. If you wonder about the squeaking there in the background, Harry likes to get his toys out, the dog, and so my brother's just giving him he's having a bit of a go with that at the moment. Oh, it's so hard to say, isn't it? I mean, I remember Justin Rose winning it, or getting so close to winning it with that playoff with Sergio Garcia. I can't believe that's 6 years ago now. So I think I'd love it to be either Justin Rose or Rory McIlroy. That would be the ideal. And I'm not massively averse to the idea of Bryson winning it, because, I mean, he can be a bit of an arrogant person at times, but at least he's flamboyant, and nothing against Scotty Scheffler, but he's a bit like watching paint dry. I know. Yeah, he's perhaps forgotten that. I did remind him, actually. We're not far off the half-time point, actually, are we? So, right, so let's do a Watford Junction to London Euston, and we're going to go for the 16:29. That's 2 Charlie 45. He is, isn't he? He really is. And, as I think my brother said earlier on, he said perhaps he's the Novak Djokovic of golf, and yeah, it's a bit like that. It's yeah, he's very good. He's very consistent, but yeah, it's not the most exciting to watch. Be lovely to have an English winner, actually, but you know, we're only at the halfway point. Also, what I hope more than anything, though, is I don't want somebody to have a kind of a 4-shot lead going into the last day, or make it really one-sided. It'd be just good for it to be 4 or 5 people still in contention, and then it's all to play for, and then I can enjoy every second then of tomorrow, and love to just tune in right at the start. Where are we? Now I mustn't forget to change to DC. Yeah, I think we're all right. Pretty quiet here at the moment, actually. I did select one earlier on when I was doing the recording for the intro, and we got 2-1 by each other. I wish I'd known which one that was, because that looked quite nice. But yeah, I can remember the first time I really got involved with the Masters, watching on TV. I remember 1988, Sandy Lyle winning with that great shot from out of the bunker on the 18th, and then him holding that birdie. But it was such a great time after that, you know, with Faldo winning, with Ian Woosnam winning. It seemed as though the Americans were never going to win it ever again. So I think probably time-wise, the way we're shaping up, we'll perhaps do a 350 from Euston, maybe Euston Tring, and then we'll perhaps finish up with a Freightliner service. Some sort of freight anyway, perhaps an aggregates one maybe, rather than it being a container. And I was looking up I was looking up about these services, but I think the 710s came into reckoning in 2019 in the September. Yeah, excellent. And again, I won't do it this week, but there's definitely chance with free roam mode of doing some kind of linked freight stuff, so we could use the North London line a bit more effectively. But I do love driving this Watford Junction to London Euston stopper. It's like it's a whole separate route in its own right. Or maybe 378 Scooby. I never realised how close we are to that wall. Well, it's enough, I suppose. Oh, excellent, Mace. Yeah, that sounds good. What have you got on the pizza? Absolutely ages since I've had a pizza. We've got, again, because we're slightly out in the stick. Mind you, it's a 5-minute drive to our takeaway, kind of the nearest village. But yeah, they used to do an absolutely Moorish pizza. Ah, lovely, yeah. Funny, isn't it? You're sitting in the cab here, and I could almost be driving that 377 again. It just feels so similar. Yeah. We've got a 350 coming into view now. I wonder if it's clever enough with the way it penalises you, whether it's doing it I mean, obviously I just went into the red mark very, very briefly, but I was quickly at the right speed. So I wonder if it's monitoring it by seconds that you're actually speeding for. I think this, again, we talk about country villagey feel though. And this has got a lovely kind of villagey feel to it. And we get out. Yeah, I must confess I've started feeling hungry now. Good things come to those that wait. Yeah, I mean, for everybody that kind of moaned about the length of this route, and you know, I get it, but just imagine if they'd done Milton Keynes to Rugby or something. You know, this section of it is incredible, really, and I love just having this ability to be able to do these stopping services. I reckon if Dan's forgotten me coffee by the time we get to Euston, I might just pop into the kitchen and make myself one. I think as Christopher might have said, had he been watching tonight, I think he'd have said, "What? You've got to make your own coffee? Goodness gracious!" But if you're watching this back, then hope you're having a fab time in Benidorm. And who knows, it might be actually warmer in the UK today than it is in Benidorm. Yeah, at least we've got some passengers on board anyway. I think as well, listening to a bit of Tom last night, he was driving the 87 and he said, he says it seems strange driving the 87 because I've been used to driving the 86. So Let's hope that's not too far off from being released. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that is. It's lovely, isn't it? Really is. And you know, I moan myself about Train Sim World a lot, but I mean, there are times like that when you know you kind of have to pinch yourself about how real it actually looks and feels. Obviously, it's like walking pace, actually, doesn't it? Going at 45 mile an hour. Yeah, I have to say, when the 86 comes out, I'm sure somebody will do a scenario, but it'd be quite nice to have 86 and 87s in Virgin livery, along with kind of Silverlink. I think it'd be Silverlink then, wouldn't it? 350s. Yeah, guaranteed there'll be a 86 Freightliner which will go up pretty quickly. Maybe N8 Scooby might be the man to do it. But yeah, that'll be again it'll be a good run, because open up the we can do a 86 Milton Keynes to Stratford, vice versa. I'm quite looking forward to getting the Mark II air-conditioned stock as well in the game, and I think it's coming with the Mark I buffet car as well. Because those, I mean, on West Coast Mainline over Shap, some of those cross-country style services just feel a bit off with the non-air conditioned Mark IIs. They just weren't really around very much at that particular time in the 1980s. Not saying there wasn't any, but massively missing the air conditioned Mark IIs. Those Mark Is were everywhere. They were on every service for during the 80s. Those Mark I buffets. And I'm guessing as well that this Frankfurt S-Bahn route, I'm guessing that will probably be announced round about the same time as that. You kind of get the impression that's more or less ready to roll, and presumably that'll come out round about the same time as the April. Well, it'll be announced in the April roadmap, you would have thought. I'm just hoping that the Stratford, the Richmond extension to the North London line, I'm hoping that'll come out whilst we're still in the phase of Train Sim World 5. Impossible to know really with this new Crewe route. And again, you never quite know with these things, but them showing that shot of Crewe, does that mean, you know, they've made reasonable progress on that route already? Yeah, I'd forgotten all about that 30 there. Bakerloo Line train, having ended its journey from Elephant Castle, waiting to go to the turn-back sidings. I'm a bit adrift time-wise. I mean, I'm nearly 2 minutes late here, so it's a difficult timetable to try and keep to. Yes, indeed. Yeah, these were in this very straight... Oh dear. Well, even more of a ghost. Oh, goodness knows what happened there. That was strange. Well, that was a shame. I was enjoying that. We've done half the run anyway. That was very odd. Signals was clear. Yeah, I've no idea. Be interested to see if the same thing happens to you. Very random that was. That's very strange, isn't it? That really is an odd one. Never mind. So I think yeah, I think we'll still do a 350 next, and then we might have a bit of extra time. We'll see how we're going on. We'll see how we're going on. All right, that's a strange one. I'll tell you what. I'm just going to pause slightly. I'm going to get that coffee, so I'll be back in a second. Right. Excellent. Yeah. Great. Well, I'm going to do a London North Western service now. So let's reload the game back up again. So goodness knows what went on there, but there was certainly no dodgy driving that time. That was just a very random one. So I think we'll do a London Euston to Tring service this time. See there on the 350. Got rid of the irritating well, I quite like the music actually, but it's just trying to get the balance, because sometimes I think it might have been Zachary who commented actually, or I don't know, I can't remember who it was, but it was like kind of, you got the train at a certain level and then the music used to come on really loud. I don't know yet, not sure. Let's have a look. Didn't even realise both were in there, to tell you the truth. Oh, right, yeah, wow. Decisions. I think we might try it. Let's have a look at the 352 services. Mind you, they are... Ah, no. Oh, no, we have got Tring ones. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. So, try that, I think. 2 Tango 21, the 1034 London Euston to Tring. I've still never got round to even trying conductor mode. I think it's one of those things, you know, it's a nice idea, and but it's a bit of a gimmick really. I think once you've kind of gone around checking people's tickets for 5 minutes, you kind of going to be bored of it. Ah, right, okay. Ah, right, okay. Well, in that case then, I'm with you on that. Let's have a look. $351 then, that sounds good. Yeah, it'll be something different, won't it? So let's have a look at that. I'm going to just start again, to be honest. So let's have a look. So yeah, so X London Midland, and then let's just see if we got the same one, hopefully. Right, we're looking for London Euston to Tring. We'll try the 1202 now. So 2 Tango 27. Yeah, it'd be quite nice to do it with the old 350, 351. Sorry, with the old London Midland livery. Because for a while they ran like that, didn't they? Just kind of rebranded with London North Western on the side of them, but essentially exactly the same livery. Here we go. So 2 Tango 27, the 1204 London Euston to Tring. Yeah, daylight will do if that. Yeah, you almost feel as though that could be Train Sim Classic there. Excellent, that's great. I mean, there's lots of people that kind of not happy that we haven't got a proper GSMR in the game, but I mean, I quite like the idea of the realism, but it's one of those things that a lot of the time I probably forget it's even there, even on the Train Sim Classic ones where you can set them up. So what's the stopping pattern on this one? So we're Wembley Central, Harrow and Wealdstone, Bushey, Watford Junction, Kings Langley, Apsley, Hemel Hempstead, Berkhamsted and Tring. We've got Harrow and Wealdstone in there as well. I don't know whether I said that when I was reading them out, did I? I've not driven anything so far tonight that hasn't got a single accelerator brake. I was a bit worried there for a minute. I thought we had got a green, but we're okay. Good evening, channel not in use. I haven't got the DVD, I know that. Right. That should do it. Quite a few. We started at 5, channel not in use. Hope you're enjoying it, by the way. But we started off with the Pendolino. We did a run from London Euston to Milton Keynes. Then we took on the 377 and we did Milton Keynes down to Wembley, and then an overground service from Watford Junction, but inexplicably it derailed on us at Harrow and Wealdstone. So yeah, this is the third one, so there's going to be at least one more. Hopefully we're going to get in a freight run once we get to Tring. Now, for the first time ever, I'm going to actually remember that the speed limit is coming down to 40 as we go on to this next bit. Right, okay. I presume, I take it do you mean in terms of watching the stream or in real life? I presume you mean the stream, don't you? Because it wouldn't be the last. There'd be more traces of Birmingham New Street. Well, anyway, the good news is at least, you know, if you get the chance to go back and watch it, you can go back and watch it from scratch, as it were. Anyway, once we've finished. So you can catch up with the earlier bits of the stream, because we started off with the lovely Virgin Trains flowing silk livery, which at this time in 2019 were quite rare actually, because they were nearly all running about in the all white livery. Because they were ready for handover to Avanti West Coast. So we had a period once Avanti took over when they were it took ages before we got the Avanti Pendolinos into proper livery. Now I think I'm definitely going to get some points knocked off for not putting the DSD or DVD, whatever it's called, that driver vigilance thing, at the very start. I feel as though I like driving this train, but I feel as though I've not driven it anywhere near as much as I could have done. Just a small 4-car unit today. Just realised actually the desktop audio looks as though it's a bit on the quiet side there. I didn't realise I got it down as low as that. It's been a bit on the quiet side, I'm guessing, before. I hope that's a bit better. It's nice to kind of get the sound of the train coming through loud and clear. Hope that's a little bit better. Ah! Wow. Well, that's a level of detail I love. I only saw the back of it, but we've got a Freightliner going over us on the North London line at Euston Junction. That's amazing. Wembley in the background. I did forget actually to check, but you were asking me something about Wembley. I think I saw the Amaze. I think what you meant in the forums, but I've never got round to checking the model of it. Something to do with the wiring, isn't it, around the arch? Ah, brilliant! Yeah, no, that is a level of detail that's good. Because I can remember actually, you know, sitting on a West Coast main line. I suppose it would have been on a Pendolino, looking out of the window and going under that bit at Wilson Junction, and actually seeing an overground train going over. And again, that's brilliant. To Wembley Central. Not too often we stop here on a LNWR service. Yes, I did see the I saw the forum entry, yeah, interesting. You kind of don't feel as though many trains actually stop here too often in real life on these platforms. Place with me zooming there, aren't I? Yeah, I suppose, I don't know whether it's just how they got away with it, maybe with it being a little bit of a distance off, but maybe it's just looks slightly different in certain weather conditions. It is a fair distance off. Funnily enough, when you're going past on the West Coast main line, in real life it seems quite very, very prominent. It feels like slightly bigger. We'll have to know what happens with that 3780 derailment. That was a very strange one on that overground service. It's almost as though, yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's any clues. You know, it was almost as though something either spawned on top of us at the same time, the same place, or something ran in the back of us. But I've got a feeling it won't be easy to work out. Something strange happening. Have you found that the game's kind of dumping less on you just lately? I know you've had a few problems with that in recent weeks. This was the scene of our disaster. Although obviously not on this platform. Yeah, perhaps the Bakerloo line train came off from the turnback signings and ploughed into the back of me. That would be me hunch, although I don't know. You would have thought it'd be protected by the signals. Not sure if that's something that's ever been properly fixed. There was like a sound issue. I know this is with a mod install, but a sound issue with the doors sounding, and it was always nice to hear that reassuring clunk of the doors closing. But I don't know whether that's quite as it should be. So Bushy next. Oh, excellent, yeah. Fantastic, fingers crossed. You never know, that might be that might make a big difference. great, all these mods that are coming out constantly, but it's hard to keep track of what you've installed and what you haven't installed, really. Yeah, well, that was I remember that. I mean, funnily enough, that was the last time we did a stream on a Saturday, and that was when he didn't quite make it into folder. But I think it is notoriously a demanding route, isn't it? I mean, I was very, very impressed by the detail. Sorts of mods for the German trains as well, isn't there, with the ice train, and you know, it's only pretty good for me just playing it without any mods installed, but there is sound mods for that as well, isn't there? Oh yes, of course, I remember that being mentioned. It's good that, mind you, I mean, it's kind of it's saved them a massive job, really, but it's good that they've kind of embraced it. I mean, as always, I know, I mean, we've not really had anybody really commenting so far tonight, but as always, it's kind of the age-old problem of these timetable mods like this. Absolutely brilliant, but unfortunately beyond the scope of the console user. So we are at Bushy. Would be really good if they could kind of bring us up to speed and tell us exactly everything that was being worked on, and we kind of knew where we were with everything, because a lot of it tends to be a lot of speculation. I can't remember if this is the default track or whether I've got the mod installed for it. Yeah, definitely recognise that roundabout. There should be a petrol station in and around, and there's a Tesco, I know. Right, I've perhaps got the default one on. I mean, I could be wrong, but it does feel as though it's running a lot smoother, but it might just be I downloaded an engine INI, or however you pronounce it, INI, and I don't know whether that's perhaps made it a bit smoother. I've kept the original one to one side as well. I thought, well, if it massively makes the game look a bit odd, then I can put it back in, but it's been all right. Never really got a chance to, well, I didn't really zoom up to the livery on the Virgin Pendolino, but it's really nice that. Again, it mentions in the manual the people who have been involved with the reskins. Fairly empty train by the looks of it. Yeah, that. Yeah, absolutely, which is great, because I mean I absolutely loved the you know, the work that's gone into it. I mean, it does mention, gives credit to Forks for some help with it, but again, I suppose it's a kind of a progress thing. He's obviously learning as well, so it just gets better each time, I suppose, with these things. But I'm kind of thinking, at least for the time being, I mean, unless something drastically comes along, then I'm going to be, I can see myself operating this mod far more than anything else. Yeah, well, this is the thing, isn't it? You wouldn't be surprised. Kind of gets me back to thinking about this. I mean, I've not recorded it yet, but this rail tour video I was going to do, Milton Keynes to Stratford. I mean, I was going to do it with the original Forks timetable, but I mean, again, it's just kind of free roam, so I might just stick it in on this. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's absolutely wonderful. And I think you know, hats off to Tom for all the promotion and so on. But you know, doing those daily time-lapse videos as well was quite exciting building up to it. I read your comment about saying really good, but they're a bit too fast. Can you slow it down a bit? And I know what you mean. Well, there's a virgin flowing silk colours. I don't know how many there were left towards the very end. There wasn't many in service. I think that was as well though, wasn't it? you more or less put a full shift in then today. Well, probably beyond that, because you've been playing it all day, and then you've been playing it as well since we started on the stream. So good effort. You're gonna feel at the end of the stream as though you've been on a long drive from up to Scotland or something. What's that thing there? Oh, is that one of those, is it a defibrillator thing, is it, or something? What's that? Or is it like if it contained the ice or something? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like blink of an eye stuff, isn't it? Is it really? Oh wow. Right. I had to laugh as well about all that nonsense, and to be honest, it worried me that it was going to delay this coming out. But all that nonsense about somebody claiming that they copied the reskin for the Virgin trains, and I think you made the comment, well, you know, there's nothing wrong in having more than one version of the same livery. Thankfully, they didn't take it seriously and they weren't too bothered about it. Yeah, definitely. Well, it's frustrating when you get stuff like that going wrong. Yeah, it really was. Thankfully, it was something and nothing, but I can understand it if he was complaining, if it was his own livery that he created, you know, completely from scratch. That was his own livery, you know, not like a branded one, but to basically to do, well, in this case, the Virgin livery. Well, of course it's going to look the same. That's the whole point. But yeah, again, just to say, people watching, coming and toing and throwing on the stream or watching it back, this is an absolutely superb recreation of the 2019 winter timetable, and takes you back to that period, that transition between Virgin Trains and Avanti West Coast, and it's the last days of Virgin Trains. So if you haven't got it and you're playing it on PC, then very much worth getting. Absolutely. Yeah, he sounded as though he was, didn't he? As though it's, that's my livery. You can't put that on. But Tom, as he always is, was extremely pragmatic, and I think he actually said to him, well, actually, probably the bit of where the logo's put on is probably better on yours than ours. But he mentioned a couple of differences. He seemed to eventually back away, and it would have been nice if the chap had actually replied back and said, look, sorry, yeah, I can see actually it is different, and you know, I apologise for making a fuss, but I suppose that was never going to happen. Remember all that fuss when Armstrong Powerhouse, because of course what they do with their packs is they, to get around the licensing, they kind of they make you buy the product, and if you want the branding patch to go in, you have to download a free branding patch for Train Sim Classic, and Virgin took exception when they put it on the LNER Class 91, and they said, well, it's not just the logo that's copyright, it's the livery as well, so they made them take it down completely. Which, you know, like we've said before, all really is complete nonsense in the grand scheme of things, because, you know, in theory it should be just good advertising for the game. You know, good advertising. Oh, we've got a southern one coming through here, haven't we? I bet there's people who watch this stream that are probably already too old to remember, too young to remember Virgin Trains. There's some. Oh, I like that. I've seen that before. Yeah, there should be like a clunk at the end, I'm certain of it, when the doors close, and you can, I think if you go on the outside view you can hear it, but not from the cab. And I'm sure when that when they very first showed off the in the preview stream, going back to whenever it was, August time. I'm sure somebody mentioned that on the preview in the chat, and I think it was that Daisy driving it, but it was kind of glossed over. Absolutely. I think that's the thing about, I mean, I'm guessing Just Trains have done quite nicely out of the Blackpool branches and the West Coast Mainline over Shat, but you are kind of getting to that stage nowadays where, for, you know, sort of vast majority of people that play the game, they just won't remember the Class 87s or the older British Rail Blue stuff. It's kind of what I always say, well, you know, for me, I do like the concept of steam trains, and I love seeing the old steam trains, but growing up for me it was British Rail Blue, and you know, diesels and electrics, mainly electrics really on the West Coast Main Line. But so that's kind of our heritage. Whereas, you know, my father grew up remembering the steam trains when he was a boy on the West Coast Main Line. Yeah, which you can understand. You can understand that, absolutely. And I think, you know, that for us there's more interest with, you know, some of the technicalities of driving the older stuff. But you can understand that the kids obviously want to drive what's running here and now on the current train system. But it's lovely that we've got both. I really would love to know what Just Trains were actually building now for their next route, and you know, people have jumped to the conclusion that it's going to be British Rail Blue again, but who knows? I think again, Tom, sort of the age he is, I think he's kind of said he gets a bit bored with you know, the latest modern traction, but and I think they've always liked the idea of building something that they're very enthusiastic about, which is kind of partly why they've done it to the detail that they have. But I do enjoy driving the new trains as well, I must say. We kind of got that with the Dutch route as well, haven't we? Where you've got the, you know, those Sprinter EMUs, and then you've got the Koplopper, so you kind of got a bit of a balance between the two there. We can't be nearly at Tring already, can we? My goodness me, what a fast journey this has been. Yeah, well, that seems to be the way of it so far, doesn't it? I mean, you do wonder because obviously Tom's from Blackpool, and I know that Mark Walker's from Yorkshire, so you kind of wonder whether a more likely thing would that they would venture into Yorkshire. But I mean, I know we've said it before, but you know, personally, I'd love them to do the Met line for Train Sim World. Yeah, absolutely right. And I do enjoy journeys where you're stopping fairly often. I mean, having said that, we're going to be doing a freight run in a minute where there'll be no stops. But having said that, though, I've got a feeling there was one I saw where it actually was asking us to stop at a station. I presume that's for some passing reason, but see if I can find the service I was thinking of. Yes, yeah, absolutely. I mean, funnily enough, I mean, the video that I put up on the channel on Christmas Day was driving the APT, and that's probably got the least views I've had out of any video that I've done for ages. I guess, again, there's perhaps just a bit of a disconnect. I mean, for me, there's a profound fascination with the APT, but I was kind of hitting that time in my life where you know, I was kind of, I suppose, I was 8, 9, 10 when it was really hitting the news. Oh, it really would. There was something so dynamic and exciting about the APT at the time. You know, it was all, I mean, it was like headline news on the 9 o'clock news on the BBC. The APT's broken down again. Yeah. And I was thinking about this the other day as well, but I remember seeing the APT coming through again on that section where I was on about earlier on, actually, between Stafford and Crewe at Whitmore, and we had a great view of it coming round the bend and tilting and then venturing off round the bend again. So it was a fantastic view, and I was talking about it at school, and we kind of did a drawing of it between us as a class, and we put it up above the blackboard as pride of place. So very, very exciting. I think when they tried to do those tests into public service, and whatever it was, 81, it was like in the depth of winter, and it was really a bad time. They were pressed into service. It wasn't quite ready, but I think they had pressure from the government and all sorts to kind of show off that it was actually working. And I think, again, my brother was saying See, well, had it actually succeeded though, they would have been a thing of the past by now. They probably would have been replaced by something else. Not a very popular service with the passengers, this one. But yeah, I really enjoyed that. Loved the livery. And that was a great run. Yes, indeed. Yeah, it's a great drive, actually, isn't it? And I think they did that as a bit of a expert mode, didn't they? And it was one of their better efforts. Yeah, I've always enjoyed driving the APT on Train Sim Classic. It doesn't seem like 5 minutes since that came out either. I remember getting that for Christmas one year, a few years back. Oh wow. Wow, I tell you what, we have been close tonight, haven't we? And again, I've edged it, but I know. Yeah, so close, so close. Yeah, I'm waiting for the run where we actually end up with exactly the same score. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm trying. If we ever do get the same score, then we'll have to get Christopher to think of an idea for the penalty shootout. I know he won't be watching it live, but I'm sure that he will be watching it back. So hello to Christopher and hope you're having a lovely time in Benidorm. And I think it's next, I can't remember if it's Friday, or is it Friday when he's going on the steam train on it's the Northern Belle, I think, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it does add to it, and I think we've both made an effort to mention to people about trying to get them to have a go at the same time, but it would be good. And I've still definitely got it in mind. I mean, I said it weeks ago, didn't I? But I would love to. We must get a video up at some point where I've got your run and my run, and we can do them side by side. So hopefully, if I get the steam train run up in midweek, I'm sure he'll cast a glimpse over that one, I reckon. Right, so 66. Yeah, so all these GBRF ones weren't working for me previously, but I've sorted that out now. Yeah, I think so, yeah. I think all I've got to work out is a way of just somewhere that you can upload your video to, and then that would be easy enough to edit and put together. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think it would. I think that would be interesting, and I think the idea being I'd just literally do my. Obviously, we don't do the run separately, but I I could kind of do a bit of a commentary on the both of them then. I haven't quite worked out sound wise. I think we'd have to kind of dip between one or the other. It'd be a bit too much having the sound running on both at the same time. No, then which was the one I'd got in mind here? Was an aggregates working, thinking about it? No, it wasn't one of those. Do. I think that was it. Download something like that. That rings a bell. Yeah, 6V11. Yeah, that was the one I got in mind. So the 1732. Well, I don't know whether it does fall under that. Let's just see. I think they're slightly different, aren't they? These different timetable runs. I've lost where my Doncaster one. Yeah, that's the one anyway. 6V11. So you might find it under different under different ones. 6V11 DB cargo aggregate service, Milton Keynes Central to the Wembley and Wilton Yards depot complex. 6V11 the 10 o'clock Dowlow Briggs sidings to Thiel Hope Cement. So 1732. No worries. Yeah. How are we doing for time anyway? Oh, thanks to Sam Gunn, by the way. I've just seen that popping up. Subscribe to the channel. Thank you very much. Excellent. Yeah, that's right. So we are going to be a bit over the 4 hours, but hopefully this will be a nice run. Yeah, hopefully the next week I'll get this Flying Scotsman video up, and I'm hoping to get this Class 37 rail tour Milton Keynes to Stratford. I'll definitely have a look at the idea of uploading the video. I think that would be quite nice. And I think perhaps just because it's going to take a bit more work, kind of editing it with. I just thought I need to put my brake thing on the power brake controller. Well, use the horn as the power brake lever. Yeah, that's it. But I think because it might take a little bit more work editing wise, might try and make it fairly short, and then we, got the two runs running side by side. Right, there we go. Yeah, I suppose we are on a bit of a gradient here, actually, aren't we? Love the this early evening sunshine as well, like this. Oh, excellent. Yeah, I think yours might be the more accurate as well, isn't it? I think it did say. Did it say it was DB cargo? I can't remember what it said now in the description. So I was intrigued because I just tried very briefly for the intro earlier on, but I did try. I did record the first few seconds of this run, but I was intrigued by the fact that it says we stop at Tring. So be interested to see if we get howled and something comes through. Yeah, absolutely. I always seem to end up driving the this Freightliner one for some reason. I quite like the look of it. Stranger things have happened and all that. Oh, we got one on the northbound service there. Another freight. I think I did spy a couple of. I'm sure I saw a couple of gaps there as well. It wasn't like as though every wagon had got containers on, which again feels quite realistic. Yeah, definitely, yeah. I mean, I know we've said it before, but I think people moan about the endless use of the 66 on all the DLCs that come out, but it is kind of the most common freight loco you'll see out on the railways. Yeah, it'd be interesting, that. It just feels as though there's a bit more effort gone into these freight runs, and again, you shouldn't be surprised with the level of detail that they've put into this pack. I love how they've really gone by the working timetable. I'm just reading some of the stuff off the Trainsim community website. So over 1,500 playable services. Yeah, it seems to be very, very good. Yeah, 307 London North Western, 177 drivable Virgin trains, 46 drivable Southern, 761 drivable Bakerloo line services, 177 overground, the 2 East Anglian Rail Tour, the 2 measurement trains, 6 drivable railhead treatment trains, intermodal freight 38 drivable, 14 aggregate drivable. So future plans, replacing the default intermodals with those of Cargo Line Volume 3 when it's released, adding in services using the Class 66-1 and DRS variants from the Engineering Express pack, lengthening intermodal trains to more realistic length, if possible due to an issue with a started train, Primrose Hill. Can't think who mentioned that query. And addition of other reskins such as the 390 Flowing Silk Pride, other 350 variations, addition of the Caledonian Sleeper services, addition of more rail tour services. Yes, I have, yeah. I mean, that's a work of art in its own right, isn't it? And again, I think Tom's played a part in creating that. Just a shame with the that East Anglian Rail Tour thing, that, I mean, you've got the bit from Camden Road on the North London line. It'd be good if scenery went more or less all the way to Primrose Hill. Maybe it does, I've not tried it yet, I'll have to have a look at that. But I'd love the idea of starting that service at Stratford and then running it through the North London line. Yeah, it should be interesting, shouldn't it? Well, I'm not sure, because you could do it quite realistically. There is the that 87, I think 002, wasn't it? And that's already in the right livery. I mean, we're obviously not going to get the Mark 5 sleepers for Trainsim World, unless they surprise us, but I just can't see them bringing that out. But it would be lovely to see the Mark 3s representing the Mark 3 sleeper coaches. we might have to just make do with a reskin, but it'd be good if you could kind of texture over some of the glass to make it look even more realistic. I mean, there's some clever people out there, so anything's possible. And I think the good thing about the Caledonian Sleeper is you could do it at night, but you could also, in the summer months, say July, August time, you could actually run the morning service down to Euston, and it'll be daylight. Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, you know, again, it's a, oh, look at the lighting on this. This is lovely. I remember back to that preview stream of the West Coast Mainline, and I think essentially they were mainly 4-car, and I think that we haven't seen anything from her recently, have we? But that Daisy was driving, and I mean, she works for West Midlands Trains, but she was kind of saying, oh well, it's not that often you see 8 cars in real life. But I think she was kind of making that bit up. Yeah, absolutely. I think she played a part in getting sounds, I think, for the 323s for the Cross City line, so that was one good thing. We've seen a lot more from that Harry, haven't we, on the Dovetail Games streams just lately. She seems a real character. I think old Vern makes some comments on the forums a lot about, he sort of says, look, the moment that Dovetail Games realise there's something dodgy when they're releasing something, then it's guaranteed the old pink headphones are going to come out, and then there's going to be a lot of tomfoolery between them to try and cover these things up a little bit. Oh, no worries, Zachary. No, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, no, glad to know you've been watching. It's really appreciated. Thanks. And I know that you've been watching right from the very start when I started doing these live streams way back in September. So you are one of the oldest and original followers. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that's right. Which, you know, sort of think, just like a bit more honesty, really. It sounds too quiet, the horn from the cab anyway, when he's standing from outside. I presume the signals are going to bring us to a halt at Tring as well. I'm guessing we don't get a clear signal, but it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, I have done. I've watched bits and pieces anyway, and he does. I think sometimes he seems reined in. I think somebody commented on one of the forums about, oh, Matt seemed to be really grumpy on one of the previews. It might have been that original West Coast Mainline one, and sometimes he does. I wouldn't say he sounds grumpy, anything but sometimes he just sounds really, really cautious. And you know, I understand he has to be, and I suppose, you know, a little bit defensive at times. Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's right. It'd be great if he could kind of come out and say from the start, you know, things. There's a couple of things we're not happy with. We don't like this. This needs looking at, but. Rather than saying it's absolutely brilliant, everything's perfect, and you know, kind of you get feigned surprise that something isn't quite right. Oh, we didn't realise that. Oh, I don't know. I think you're doing a grand job. Oh, I'm loving this sunshine. This is absolutely beautiful. Well, I think we should be all right anyway. I'm hoping, hopefully we'll be about on time. I don't want to. We don't want to go over into your pizza time, that's for sure. All right, excellent. Yeah. I think the good thing is, I mean, your comments are always, you know, very much on point, and I mean, you read some of the forums and you kind of, you're just chewing the same old fat and going, okay, we all do it to an extent, I suppose. You could probably play some of these comments that I make week in, week out, and you know, a lot of it's similar, but you're very constructive with your thoughts. Right, okay. hopefully we should be about on time. I'll be ready for mine. Got some pasta that it's already done. Actually, it's only from the other night, so I can just warm that straight up. Yeah, definitely right. Definitely right, and I think that's great. And you know, at the end of the day, we are the paying customers, and it costs. You know, it's not cheap, is it? So you want. You know, realistically, things are never going to be perfect, but there's nothing wrong in trying to get it better. You only have to look at what Just Trains do, and straight away you can say, well, everything they produce is absolutely brilliant, and they do it with passion as well. Yeah, absolutely right. And there are some people on the forums that you know, seem to want to just jump on things and just seem to carp on about rubbish, but your stuff's always constructive. Yeah, absolutely. Cheers. Right, well, we're going to find out pretty soon what's going on at Tring. This is the famous Tring cutting, isn't it? No, absolutely, yeah. No, it's interesting to read the stuff that you put. It's and you know, you're keeping abreast with stuff as well, which is great. Right, this is what I was expecting then. So we have got a double yellow. Be interesting to now as ever I put too much too much brakes on too quickly. Always, it always worries me driving a freight train, thinking that I'm going to have difficulties making it stop. So this is the yellow, isn't it? Guessing we're going to be held in a loop, and then we're going to get something passing, I would have thought. All right, excellent. Yeah, so not much in it. But this, I mean, excuse me. crumbs, I'm losing my voice. This to me is what it's all about with these services. I love this sort of stuff where you're being held. Held potentially in a loop. Yeah, definitely right. Bit like going back to the golf, but I love the fact with the Masters you can actually select any player. Bit of a tangent point this, but getting off on a tangent, but you can actually select any player, any shot from any of the rounds, and but you've got like the ball tracking as well as the shot as well. Now I must confess, if we get to the signal and then we get cleared, I'll be a little bit disappointed. Just hoping that we get something passing us by. Trying to cozy up to the signal. Ah, it has cleared, yeah. Yeah, shame that. I wonder what the point of all that was. Perhaps it should have been a driver change or something, I don't know. Right, so Wembley siding, Wembley siding A5. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it seemed a bit random that we had that stop there, but no worries. I mean, it seemed. I mean, I've not properly played out the that East Coast Mainline rail tour pack yet, but there seems to be one or two situations like that. Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, absolutely. I must confess, I mean, I love the that Isambard Kingdom Brunel livery, but until the sort out adding things like brake rub sounds, I just can't bring myself to drive it again. Hopefully, and again, they seem like a passionate company that have worked on that, so I'm sure they'll sort out the some of the issues. Yeah, absolutely. I have, yes, I have noticed them. Yeah, I've kind of resolved. I'm interested in downloading them, but I'm only gonna do them once there's a patch out for it, and then I'll give it another run, because I think there is great potential, really. Kind of takes me back as well with the talking about passengers on freight trains, back to this Railway 200 thing, because the Stockton and Darlington Railway, when it was first ran, I think all the passenger workings were kind of horse-drawn originally, but on the very first day I think they actually did a kind of a special train where I think it was kind of like people riding on freight wagons to begin with. Oh, right, yes. Yes. That's the thing, isn't it? Because they were sometimes in a right old state, but also to, bring them up to normality, really. Or hopefully it's just a first for them anyway, and more to come. Oh, excellent. Kingstar 1 1875. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I was going to do a run last week actually from Darlington on the Tees Valley with the Class 47, but I never got round to doing it because we kind of ran out of time. But I do like the Tees Valley line, and you can't get more historic than the Stockton and Darlington Railway. And I bet there's a lot of interest in the area, because kind of that's where it all started, really. Welcome to the stream anyway. Thank you very much for watching. Much appreciated. And I always feel as though I'm getting at me begging bowl, but if you're enjoying the stream, hope you are, then you would consider liking and subscribing. That's if you've not done it already. I'd be really gratefully appreciated. It's kind of one of those places, Darlington, it's kind of just famous in railway history, and will always be the case. Yeah, funnily enough, I quite like driving the 101 actually. I mean, the thing is that I've never played Train Sim World on the console, so I don't quite know the challenges that's involved with it, but certainly on the PC it's quite fun to drive, and of course, you know, you're having to use the gears, so I quite enjoy the challenge. I mean, it's an old route now. It came out Train Sim World 2 maybe. And again, there's a few mods available, but just for PC only, sadly. So you could do things like drive the Pacer. You can probably drive the 150 as well off West Cornwall local. Alright, excellent. That's interesting. I always think it's a fascinating station because obviously the train, you get your through trains that aren't stopping there just fly through, don't they, on the East Coast Main Line. And then you have the ones that are stopping. It feels as though, you know, you have to come in at quite slow speed. All right, excellent. And again, it's, oh, there's the 87 on the rail tour. Yoo-hoo! Alright, okay, so even like the trains that don't stop there, some of those actually still come through the platforms, do they? Well, that's an interesting one as well there. That was a 710, and again there's some testing services on in this timetable mod, so you can drive them on a test run, so it's a chance to kind of get beyond stopping and going at 45 mile an hour. All right, interesting. But yeah, again, it's kind of like we've got, you know, we've got that little bit of the East Coast Main Line, I mean, for a few yards, but, you know, going off to Middlesbrough and set in the 80s. But then we've got the bit further south, you know, with Doncaster to Peterborough. an eye out for these signals then. So what did we reckon time-wise that we said? Yeah, 10 past 11. Oh, thank you very much, Kingstar. 1875. Yeah, I can. It's just flashed up that you've subscribed. Yeah, that's much appreciated. Thank you. And just keep an eye out for these signals. Yeah, I think we should be alright, shouldn't we, hopefully, Maystays. Yeah, I mean, the only good thing really kicks out. I mean, obviously it's no consolation when you're playing it on the console, but it's good that some of the longer parts of the route or the other bits are still on Train Sim Classic and nowhere near as good. I accept that, but it took me 6 hours to do it virtually, but we did a stream a few weeks back where we did London Euston to Glasgow Central. All right, fantastic. Yeah, I've not even tried the conductor mode yet. And again, it's interesting because there is a little bit of variation. I think we're green, aren't we? So as another famous YouTuber would say, full steam ahead. We did a bit of a mixture. So what I did is I started off from London Euston I wanted to try and do the bits on Train Sim World that were available on Train Sim World. So we started off from London Euston to Milton Keynes on Train Sim World, and then Train Sim Classic then as far as Preston, then Preston Carlisle with Train Sim World, and I used a scenario from the Creators Club to get us up to Carlisle, and then finally Carlisle up to Glasgow with Train Sim Classic. I mean, it's very much, as time develops really, but we are getting gradually more and more, and we've got things like the North London line, which was done by Johannes. It's great the fact that he's done Willesden Junction to Stratford, but soon we'll have Richmond to Willesden Junction as well, and that's going to be a free upgrade too. There are still some decent stuff on Train Sim Classic, although I know and accept that graphically wise it's a million miles away from this, and there's a lot more flexibility about Train Sim World as well. You've got this, create absolutely any service that you want, which is great. So I'm guessing you were essentially, as living in Darlington, you'll be an East Coast Mainline man. I guess you prefer that. Whereabouts in the Midlands did you used to live? Kingstar. Oh, okay. Yeah. I have to say Coventry took part in one of my all-time favourite FA Cup finals in 1987. All right, excellent. Yeah. Well, who knows? You know, it'd be nice if we could get an extension at some point in the future. Yes, indeed. Yeah, yeah. Back in the days of what was it called, Highfield Road, wasn't it? I'm kind of hoping we get some sort of more romantic story with this season's FA Cup. It'd be lovely to have just somebody different winning it. Yeah. Because when you get a new team winning it, that's, or either they've not won it before or they've not won it for a long time, there's just such great excitement. I mean, it was a bit like that with Newcastle winning the League Cup the other week. It was lovely to see. Oh, that got me panicking then. I caught a glimpse of the red before I saw the glimpse of the double yellow on the right. There are still moments with Train Sim World. I mean, you know, it's got its frustrations. It's not perfect. We can all say we wished it was longer and this, that, and the other. But there are moments when you're driving it, you have to pinch yourself with how real it all is. Microsoft Train Simulator, which was good, you know, in its day as well. before that text-based games where you got no sound and you just got a text. You got a message on the screen telling you where you were. You really had to imagine it then. You know, this is pure heaven. Should be alright, shouldn't we? We're well on the way now, 9 miles to go to our destination. Just to let you know as well, Kickstar, if you're watching for the first time, that the live stream's usually on a Sunday, so certainly next week it'll be Easter Sunday at 5 o'clock. I'd just like to, just occasionally I varied, you know, if there's something I'm interested in watching sporting wise. So we've got the Masters Golf this weekend, so I shall watch the rest of the third round tonight, but I just wanted to sit and watch the whole thing from start to finish tomorrow night. So I thought we'd have a Saturday stream, and it's nice to vary it as well. And sometimes as well, we get some new viewers as well. Yeah, pleasure. Try and get midweek streams up, you know, recording videos as much as I possibly can most weeks. Better getting my head around driving the 66 at first when I first tried it, but it's pretty straightforward really, and you're always conscious that it's just different driving something like this compared with a passenger train. It's just that you almost feel the weight behind you. This will be the last run of the night. I've really enjoyed every time I've driven the 66 actually. It's always a pleasure. Provides a bit of variation. It's just good to do different things really. You know, we've got the all station stops and the you know, the long runs going at fast speeds. 350 got its doors open at the back, possibly, unless it was just the lighting, I'm not sure. And you'll have noticed the comments from Amazed Taze as well in the chat, and he does runs alongside me so that we can compare the scores, and anybody that fancies doing that, generally, I mean, I didn't do it tonight because I just wanted to try it a little bit on the fly, this new add-on pack, but usually I'll kind of post and advertise before the stream which services I'm going to do, so anybody's quite welcome to have a go. So we're ready for some food when we get to the final destination. Quite hungry now. Well, I doubt that very much. Maze Dave, certainly better than me anyway. I think I've done just about everything on the stream. I think the thing that never ceases to amaze me is just how each train has got just such different character, and you know, it's just completely different to drive, which all adds to the fun, really. But I have to say, this is absolutely glorious run. I really enjoyed this in this sort of summer evening sunshine, well, spring evening sunshine. Yeah, definitely. It's just a totally different challenge. And I must confess that really, before I started doing these live streams, I've not tended to bother too much with freight runs, but I can't remember not enjoying them. I think the first time I did one in one of the streams in September, I was kind of thinking about I'll probably only do some of it just to show off what it's like, and I probably did that on the first run, but then after that kind of got into it. Yes, I must actually, I've realised as well, there's a few bits and pieces that I've still not actually downloaded or reinstalled, so I must put that in. Actually, I did spot that. And then one day I will master German signalling. times. There's a whole world of excitement out there as well with that. I mean, actually thinking about that Frankfurt stuff as well, the one thing I've not quite figured out yet is whether, I mean, there's still not complete runs, are they, even with those S-Bahn runs? I mean, I don't know masses about it, but I don't know whether with the Frankfurt fold-up bit, whether you can actually do another part of the service on there. I'll have to kind of try and take that into, try and work that out as well at some point. So we've got to be wary of this. Could be a red. I think it is as well. Yes, indeed, yeah. Oh, it's changed to yellow. I can't remember. I mean, I've got that. What's it called? Castle Würzburg route. I've got the original. I've got the original Munich route as well. Munich Ashen, is it? Something like that. Alright, Kickstar, what's that? Yeah, I think that would be interesting, actually. I think that would be very interesting. And I find those routes in and around there quite interesting anyway, because as I'm sure you'll know, in years gone by in the 70s, they used to be just part of the British rail network, but greatly expanded on. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, that would be really interesting. I think I've seen people that have started building that for Train Sim Classic, but it's such a major job whether these things will ever get finished. I mean, one of the joys of the underground is the fact that there is so much of it that's overground. Yeah, absolutely. Well, you never know. Yeah, I'd be interested to see that route, certainly. mean, there is a tram game as well, and it might kind of almost fall into that category. I know it's not, it doesn't go through the streets, but I mean, I'd love to see some of those some tram routes done in the UK, like the Manchester, some of the Manchester network, and you know, maybe the Croydon one as well. Love the fact that this yard is filled up as well. I think you were saying to Mace Tays, weren't you, about this? Yeah, that is great, isn't it? I love that. I love that, because we had basically empty yards before this came out. There was a nice the original tram sim though. There was a route in Vienna, and I do own that. I'm not that keen on this latest tram route that's come out, because it's kind of like a fictional place, and I don't like that. But the tram sim Vienna is very good, because it really does feel like you know, a busy city, and you've even got like people crossing the road and all sorts, so traffic in the way. Well, there's Wembley. Oops. Yeah, you can see those bits that we were on about. Yeah, absolutely, and you realise that, you know, just travelling through, you know, at reasonable speed, even on the train, it always plenty about. So again, the fact that they managed to do it, and dare I say that the train is running quite, the game is running quite stable. Stably, what word stably? Oh, we've even got another freight train going through on the main line as well. And again, just to say once more, but you know, this is all credit, massive credit, to the OTS simulation guys, and John or Josh or whatever his real name is. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love that. You always get graffiti these days on freight wagons. And I mean, the point being that driving into a depot at 10 miles an hour should be relatively boring, but this has been anything but, with all the stock that's stabled, with you've got a freight train moving through on one side, you've got one coming through towards us. It's been an absolute pleasure. Yeah, it really is. Now we'll try and get it as close to the red as we can without hopefully going past it. We should be alright here, actually, if we put the brakes on. That should do it, I think. what a fabulous run, really enjoyed that. I'm 2-1 off at the moment, but you never know, you might have scored an equaliser. We'll find out in a minute. Right, let's find out in a minute. But yeah, I'm loving the attention to detail in around here. Our objective complete. Oh, well done. There you go. Yeah, I'm 12.064. So you have scored an equaliser, and it's a very honourable 2-2 draw. Yes, indeed. Actually, that's a good point. Yeah. Which side would we be safest to get out? On the right, I think. Don't think there is an office there. So neutral. We'll assume that over here might be, I don't know where the depot would be. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. Enjoyed your company as ever. Yeah, thank you, King Star, as well, for watching. Thanks to everybody that's watched as well, whether you watched it live with the live stream tonight or you're watching it back. But really appreciated your company. Oh, I know. Absolutely. But yeah, thank you. Thanks for watching, and I'll try and get a video up in midweek. Certainly going to have a look at the Flying Scotsman if we can get that in. Yes, I'll enjoy the golf. Thank you very much, and I'll be back live certainly a week on Sunday at 5 o'clock. And thank you to all the new subscribers, and as ever, if you haven't done it before, then please consider liking and subscribing, and hopefully we'll carry this thing on together. But yeah, thank you very much, mateys. As ever, really enjoyed the competition and the run, and a nice honourable 2-2 draw. Really appreciated. So from Power Flower, Trains and Planes, until next week, it is goodbye.